and welcome to Prav Gamer Moves and the Talos Principle 2. Now, those of you who have been paying attention to the channel would know that I did a bonus stream of this on Christmas Day because my normal plans for Mondays were not there, so I had some free time. And I felt like playing more of this game because it's a fun game. So we are going to jump right back into puzzle solving. We did most of the Flooded Valley. We definitely did a significant portion of it. I believe the 8 main puzzles were done. Yes, the 8 main puzzles were done. I did not touch the 2 special puzzles, nor did I solve all of the, did I get... Yeah, I've got one of the 2 stars, and I found the labs. I haven't done the lost puzzles, so I need to get the 2 lost puzzles and a star from this place. That is the goal for today. I've already done this. And I've grabbed you. What are you? Oh, I haven't done you yet, have I? No. So there's something on a little island. I know I found a dongle over there. Ah, this is this place. Yeah, there's something else going on here. Let's have a look around. You never know. There could be secrets. Doesn't look like it here. However, that does catch my eye. Can I think I can. Well, there's a thing here. Hello.
To us who have only just begun this journey of philosophy, the world may seem like a mystery that can never be solved.
Whoa. Well, that's not good. I dumped myself in water. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. This should be okay. Ooh, no. That's some nasty water. Did I snag that already? Ah, I did. Okay.
To us who have only just begun this journey of philosophy,
Yeah.
the world may seem like a mystery that can never be solved. A great deal has been written since the days of the 7 sages, but how much of it is truth and how much of it is idle speculation? I've offended many by saying that most philosophy will, as the centuries pass, be discarded as foolishness and superstition. But it is a truth only philosophers fail to see. And yet we cannot abandon reason and conclude that we cannot know anything. Rather, we must accept that the journey towards understanding will be long, and our task is to build a foundation for those who will one day arrive at its destination.
Uh-huh. Okay. So I think I need to start going over here. Right. Hello.
Sometimes it seems the only choices we have are renouncing civilization or mindless expansion. But that's not the only path forward. Embracing deliberate control over nature doesn't have to mean destruction. We are a species of artists and artisans, blessed with the ability to transform the raw material of the cosmos into new and better shapes. Shapes that have meaning. With our technology, we can take this chaotic world, so full of suffering, and turn it into a work of art.
No, this isn't gonna work here. I think I needed to do this. And then... No. Okay. This one's tough. I think... maybe... There we go. This is this big thing. But I can run here, right? Yes. Got you now. So now... if this is that map... like, if this is that one... there's one here, which I think I've gotten, and then there's one over here, which I need to get to. Okay. So, if that's there, there should be a Sphinx statue over here. right? Because, yeah, that leads me here and there. So there should be one, like, directly this way. Is there not? Oh, there it is. I've already switched it on. So, that means the other one, I need to go from here. I need to go to a little island, to a large, and then a bigger island here. Okay. So if I follow this around, that leads me to this little island, which then leads me to this bigger island. What is that? Oh. 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 Got another Prometheus spark. Good, good. Let's check this tab map again. Oh no. So I'm here, this is here, I need to go to the next island. So it's gonna be over here. So I need to be on the lookout for a big old statue. Oh, I did need to come here eventually. But first... Aha! Nice. So that's done the Sphinx thing, which I will get to. Right, this is the... Is this the one that I need to... No, this is 4. Wait. I backtracked. No. How could I? This is the way. Lost puzzle time. Field of view. Okay. Well, We've got 2 of these, which I think we need to do this for. And then I guess we bring it in here. Oh. What? Huh? Okay, now how am I going to do this? Okay. So I need to have red, blue, no, you can't. Interesting. Because if I do this, huh. Oh. Oh, I see. So I can do that, which means I can Is this what I'm supposed to do? I don't think so. I don't think this is what I'm supposed to do, but I did it. So, yeah. I thought I was going to have to get all 4 of them done, but I guess not. I'll take it. Now, where's the next one? Am I missing any? I don't think I'm missing anything other than the star. So, we'll head off in this direction. Yakut! Hey, buddy.
Hey, 1K. What's up?
What do you think about this Somnodrome business?
I'd never heard of it before, but it sounds fascinating. I mean, imagine exploring a place inside yourself that you didn't even know existed. Might really give you a new perspective.
Maybe.
Or it might be really stupid, but it's probably cool.
It's probably cool. There are some people in New Jerusalem who want me to participate in their political maneuvering.
I don't know. It all looks pretty abandoned to me.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it is all a test.
Do you think the founder was right that we have to add our own meaning to the world?
I don't know. Sometimes I'd like to believe that everything happens for a reason, that there's some external force that gives us purpose and meaning. But then I think about all the horrible things that happen to people, and I can't accept that those things were meant to happen, that they couldn't have been avoided.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I agree. We should find our own meaning. But to be completely honest, I find it hard to just impose meaning on the world. I'm not as driven as someone like Byron. I feel more moved by Miranda's recordings than by my own ideas.
Perhaps adding meaning to the world is something we do together.
I like that. Some of us lead, some of us follow, but we all do it together.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get involved with that. I think we should discuss everything openly and then vote, not play games behind each other's backs.
Yeah. I agree. That's 5. So I go this way. That's 6. But definitely a puzzle this way. Yes. Yes. Hello. Lateral inhibition. Oh, interesting. So that's a red. I think we need to bring this over here. And just wait. Do we do this? However, in order to do that, what? If I move out there, that's just gonna blow me all the way down here. Lateral inhibition. Yeah, see? I can't. See, I could do this. No, I can't take that off. Wait, what am I missing? Because I'm missing something. Right? I have to be. But I can't do that here. Wait. I need red. So I need to get a blue source. I see. I've got it now. So I need to bring this here. Right? There we go. I needed to make it red so it would mess with the things. Cool. I'm pretty sure I've got everything. Except for that spark. Which I am on my way to get now. That's Yakut. I like Yakut. He's fun. He's an interesting dude. Hello.
None may know what came first, error or sin, and yet every choice depends on it.
All right. Good to know. Well, let's go over here and fire up this tower. Hop, 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 hop. Hello.
Halt, creature of clay.
Hello.
You have taken another step towards the flame. Before you continue, ask yourself, have the gifts of Prometheus ever truly benefited your people? Or have they brought nothing but strife?
Without his gifts, we would no longer even exist. His gifts have greatly eased the suffering of the world. We have made mistakes in using them, but the good outweighs the bad. They have caused great harm, but they can't not be put back into the box. They have been a curse to my people. Lady, I'm a robot. I think, yeah, we have made mistakes, but the good outweighs the bad.
And you repeat your mistakes until they destroy you.
I've been thinking, there's 3 towers per cardinal direction and 3 entities. You'd think it would be symmetrically arranged, 1 tower per entity, right? But we haven't seen Prometheus at all.
We're built to find patterns. Maybe we're trying to find patterns where there aren't any.
I mean, that's entirely possible. I mean, humanity, like, just in general. What sort of... Can I get over there? I wonder. To finish my thought, humanity in general is, very much capable of... Whoa. Not there. Is capable of finding patterns where there aren't any. There's even a term for it. I believe it's apophenia, where you see patterns where no patterns exist. God. These games are good. They're just good. I adore them. I didn't find anything here. Like, there wasn't anything here, like, in the other spaces that I could see anyways. Travel to North 3. The northeastern marshes of the island have mostly been lost to the sea, with the exception of this small patch of land. Yeah, like the philosophies and the questions that this game is posing and making me think about, like, it's just good. It's just good. I'm enjoying it a lot.
This area looks flooded as well.
Our ancestors melted a whole lot of ice. After they died, most coastal settlements were claimed by the sea. South of New Jerusalem, there's a whole city under the water. We went there once with Garrus when I was an apprentice. It was eerie.
That's exactly why the founder created the goal. When you go past the limits, this is what happens. Mother Nature always gets her revenge in the end.
This isn't revenge, Al. It's just failure. People, cities, mountains. As far as the sea is concerned, it's all the same. Their mistake was forgetting that, telling themselves nothing would change. It always does.
Okay. What is that? That looks like a puzzle, but let's go find out. Yep, that's a puzzle. That thing is huge. Substitution. Bring an item to swap? What? I don't... What? Okay. Interesting.
I've had a closer look at the Somnodrome. It's based on the original prototype with some modifications. As usual, the data is a mess, but I strongly suspect there might be a functional version somewhere.
I know some of you have heard stories about the answers this device might reveal. But please remember, that is not our main priority here. Keep an eye open for it, but focus on finding Athena.
We definitely have a some deer running around. What do we have here? Ooh. From Yarneth. Beloved Founder, I beg you to return to us. We cannot achieve the goal without you. You are the one who defied Elohim, who overcame the trials of the simulation. What are we before that? How can we possibly find a path that will not lead to the mistakes of the past? You are our sole link to the wisdom of the progenitor. Without you, we are lost. Yeah, they are... a lot of... not a lot, but some of the people here are putting a lot of faith in one person. And I have a feeling that may have been why she left. Excerpted from What's Wrong with the World. Our modern prophetic idealism is narrow because it has undergone a persistent process of elimination. We must ask for new things because we are not allowed to ask for old things. The whole position is based on this idea that we have got all the good that can be got out of the ideas of the past, but we have not got all the good out of them. Perhaps at this moment, not any of the good out of them. And the need here is a need of complete freedom for restoration as well as revolution. There is one metaphor of which the moderns are very fond. They are always saying you can't put the clock back. The simple and obvious answer is you can. A clock, being a piece of human construction, can be restored by the human finger to any figure or hour. In the same way, society, being a piece of human construction, can be reconstructed upon any plan that has ever existed. Athena, you can indeed turn the clock back, but if it stops ticking, it's dead. Interesting. Black snow. The coal mine finally brought decent jobs. It's lifted us up from poverty, made us proud. We weren't just ordinary workers, we were the lords of the underworld. And with our skills, we kept the whole country alive. The mine also brought black lung, gruesome injuries, and death. And when it went away, it brought the collapse of our entire society. As for the plant, I know it brought electricity and even more jobs, and I know what a difference that made in people's lives. I also know that when we used to go out and play, there were black flakes in the snow. Miranda, why didn't they just switch to a safer technology once they realized coal was dangerous? Failed to low profile, they didn't always have a choice. Sometimes coal was all they had, or were allowed to have, and the alternative was poverty. At other times, they wanted to switch, but there were powerful interests that prevented change. We can't blame people for the world they were born into. That's true. You can't blame people for the world they were born into. You can blame people for the actions that they choose to take. Alright. Alright, buddy. Calm down. This is an interesting one. Before I go in there, what's around here? Anything fun? No? Okay. Possibilities. Well, I can get the hexahedron. Which means... well, I can't take that. Oops. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty good at this game. What's that? That's a thing. That's number 3, but that's a thing over there. Just this? Lithracir.
You may wonder why I insist on these unsanctioned, unplanned expeditions. Some think it is because I hate civilization and prefer to lose myself in nature. This is precisely the opposite of the truth. It is because I love New Jerusalem that I have to leave. Because it is only when I am here that I fully appreciate what the city means. And also because I believe that if I stayed at home, I would one day be ethically compelled to commit acts of violence against those who, in their arrogance, imagine that humans should live in harmony with the chaos that surrounds us.
Okay. Lifthrasir is an interesting dude. Not gonna lie. An interesting dude. Now, I can get there, right? Ooh. Thanks. This probably would have been the safer path. Wait, where am I? 3's this way. Right? What did I do? Where did I go? I'm lost. I am lost now. I have got myself turned around. This is 4. Three is this way. Okay. Go this way then. 3 is this way. Ah, neat little canyon. Is that 3? I think it is. Somehow I went all the way over and around from... Wow, I got myself real turned up. However... That's a green. Maybe... the wall. Get a jammer. It's activating this. Wait. What's the other thing then? Oh, I need to get the jammer over here. So if I grab you... This is now here. Wait. No. No. I need to re-swap that, don't I? Right. No. So this goes here. Yes, this gets me in here. Okay. But in order to do this, I need to bring an item to swap. Which means I need the jammer. There we go. However, I think there's going to be maybe up there. It's probably going to be where there's a green one. So since I've done this, let's just get you here, because I'm going to need you. I'm pretty sure of it. Pretty sure of it. Okay. If we go this way, this will lead up here to 4. Yes, this will lead to 4. It's possible 4 hasn't. These are big structures. Anything around the backs of them that I should be aware of? God, the vistas are gorgeous in this game. Just want to look at things. Just look at things so much. Prison. Oh, good. How do I get in there? That's going to let me get in here. Oh, I see. The red one here. There's a red one here. And the blue one. Oh, goody. So I think what I need to do is grab this and like right. Of course. I need to get another one. Okay. Now I can swap this out. I can bring this here. And now I can do all right. Perfect. So I should be able to do this. And then
Wandering around these landscapes, solving puzzles. In a way, 1K's experience must be very similar to Athena's in a simulation.
There's one difference, though. Athena was alone.
Oh. I can get red and green out of here. Or red and blue. Which means if that has a... that has a dual thing, that might give me something. Is there like underneath here? Oh wow, there is. Just walk around under here. What is that? Oh, that's just a... yeah. It's just some stuff. So that's 5, right? And this is where... yeah, this is where this is.
Mother, can I suggest something?
Of course, go ahead.
The southern part of the island is completely dead. No animals, no plants. The soil is too alkaline for anything to live except bacteria.
Yes, that's why it's a good location for some of the experiments.
Well, if we want to show that we can make the cosmos more beautiful, then why don't we start there? The desert doesn't have to be dead. If we modify the conditions, life can thrive there. And that could be the first step towards spreading life to other worlds. What do you think?
I think that sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Like a plan. Is this where it's going to be? Twice. I got an inverter. I got an accumulator. There's a jammer there. That's the jammer. And that will open that up. Except... oh my... whoa, okay. So that'll get me red. Right? Yeah. That'll get me red. Which I could invert into blue. Yeah. Right. So I need to grab a jammer. Bring a jammer here. Jam this. Grab you. Grab you.
A solid solution. Well done.
Thank you. So unfortunately, there's no cubes here. However, can I? No. Hold on. I think I can get it. I think if I do this and this... It doesn't. Okay, never mind. I don't know then. Where does the green come in? There has to be a way to do it. Right? I thought it would, for sure it would be from here. But maybe I'm wrong. Oh! Now I see. Do this. This and this. Like... Oh, wait. No. Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. We do this. Here. Then we do this And this. There we go. Now. Let's just take a little bit of a... little bit of a journey back to this one. There we go. I think I need to go this way. Yeah.
Horses are broken, not taught. That is the way of humankind.
Well, are you fancy? Not one of you. You were Chew, okay. That's 3. And then this way was 4 and 5. Which I have done. See, I knew there had to be a way to get green. But I didn't see any of the RGB converters until I happened to glance up there. Alright. 6, 7, and 8 are this way. What is that? That looks interesting. 6 is this way. Ooh, what are you? Poisonous Humanity by Orthodoxy from G.K. Chesterton. Miranda had to read this twice to fully understand it. But what we suffer from today is humility in the wrong place. Modesty has moved from the organ of ambition. Modesty has settled upon the organ of conviction, where it was never meant to be. A man was meant to be doubtful about himself, but undoubting about the truth. This has been exactly reversed. Nowadays, the part of man that a man does assert is exactly the part he ought not to assert himself. The part he doubts is exactly the part he ought not to doubt, the divine reason. Huxley preached a humility content to learn from nature, but the new skeptic is so humble that he doubts if he can even learn. Thus, we should be wrong if we had said hastily that there is no humility typical of our time. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time, but it so happens that it is practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boot that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder, but the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. Interesting. Excursion from Miranda to Athena. It's incredible. There's an entire submerged town just off the coast, surprisingly well preserved. Sailing over it, I finally understood what the ancients meant by eerie. I obviously couldn't have the kind of physiological response they did, but I think the mental response was pretty close. A contradictory response, part melancholy, part fascination. It's strange how tragedy and destruction make the beauty of civilization more obvious. Miranda, P.S. A deer got into the maintenance area and made a huge mess. Sorry, I'll clean it. P.P.S. I may have been feeding it. Aww. More of the Hypatia's journal from the founding of New Jerusalem. What's Trevor have to say for his height and size?
Something I really like about Alex, one of the reasons why I'm here doing this, is that she's really humble. She has this incredibly positive view of humanity. She believes we can accomplish anything, but it's not about her. She doesn't think that she's smarter or better than anyone else. She just looks at us as a species, and even though she can see how small we are in the grand scheme of things, she thinks that we could conquer the stars and give meaning to the universe. Even now, even when none of us are going to live to see it. Isn't that awesome?
I mean, yeah, that's pretty awesome. Can I? I'm wondering if I can climb up here. Oh, shit. That would be a no. The answer to that question would be a no. I cannot climb up there. They let you get a little ways up, and then they're like, no. No, we're not going to let you do that. No. Silly boy. Up and down. Okay. I've got something there. We get green here. I need to get blue in here. I see. Oh. Hup. And hup. I need to bring an item to swap. Okay. Does this come off? It does. But then I can't get up there. Do I want to get up there? That's an RGB converter. Well, that... If I do this... If I do this, right? And then I do... Is there a red somewhere? Wait. Hold on. Can I see? No, I cannot. Okay. So then that should be fine. one thing. Wait. We only have green. Why do we only have green? Do I need a converter? No, I have blue. Green and blue go to red. And I need that. Up and down, eh? So that does need to be there. Which means I need the block. That has to go there. Right? Right. Which means... swap that out for this and this. Here. Why are you not? What? Is it here? Okay. So that's that. Right. Which means... so this is now red. Which means... but now I need to get an item. How do I do that? Do I grab the fan? No, because this is down here. Right. I see. I need to grab you, don't I? Okay. I get it now. I get it now. There we go. Nice.
I often think about how many cities there are out there under the ocean. Cities where people lived for thousands of years. Cities with their own history, their own culture.
Yep.
All of it lost under the waves. If they'd been less greedy, they could have kept all that.
I don't think we can pass moral judgment on an entire species based on the decisions of a handful of leaders.
Yeah.
But I do think they made a mistake. They stopped caring about what they built. They stopped seeing the romance of civilization.
See you, buddy. This is 7. So let's go solve 7. Propulsion. Okay. I got this, which is going to launch me over here. Probably onto that. This, I need to make red. We've only got a blue here. Is it this one? Because that needs to be red. Which means I need the blue. Which means swap that here. That's gotta go there. I need to bring an item to swap. Well, I have an item, don't I? Technically. Technically, I have an item. Oh. I'm a dummy. What am I doing? I am such a dumb. Yeah. I think what I need to do is do this. Okay. Now we have this. We have this here. Now we should be able to... Oh, yeah. I think I need to do... Put that there. Put that there. Grab you. Put that here. Like here. Then do I even need to do that? No, I don't even need to do that. I just go ooh, new content. Oh, there's a couple of new contents. The Devil's Bargain. From Theophilus of Adana to Dr. Faustus, from Marlow to Goethe, there's a story that the ancients keep telling, a wise man tempted by the devil to sell his soul in exchange for knowledge, with terrible consequences. I've long wondered why they thought this story so important, and I'd be curious to hear what others think. The ancient writers knew that knowledge is dangerous, and its pursuit often leads to tragedy. Knowledge is dangerous for those who want to hoard power. These stories are designed to keep ordinary people compliant. And yet, in a lot of the stories that I've read, the writer seems fascinated with the devil's side of the argument. Right. I think they often conflated political anxieties with technological or intellectual progress. Because talking about the real problems was taboo, knowledge can be extremely disruptive to a society. They were grappling with that. The pursuit of knowledge comes at a cost, but without it, the world is boring. Deep down, those writers knew that. It's a pseudo-profound story that writers reused because it made their work look deeper than it was. I think it was this. That's a good point. Not just deliberate propaganda. Maybe that explains why I always find the beginning of such stories fascinating, but the endings are always banal. If all that can ever happen is either tragedy or the restoration of normality, what's the point? Yeah? New York. Places of longing. New York was a place that aroused great passions. Some loved it, called it the greatest city in the world. Others hated it, called it an ugly cesspit full of rude snobs. I don't know where the truth lies, but I know it was a place full of life. There was always something going on, people rushing about, excitement in the air. It must have been an overwhelming sensation to stand in the canyons formed by those great skyscrapers, and a crowd of people feeling history happen all around you. Wait, there was a new thing? New research? Ah. What did puzzles represent to the founder? Whatever they may mean to us and our culture, what did they mean to her? We have no record of her speaking positively about puzzles. I'm certain she never expressed any interest in solving more of them. So what if, to her, they weren't trials to overcome or challenges to enjoy, but a trap she had to escape? Wasn't all she wanted at the end to stop solving puzzles and start living a free life in the real world? Good point. Good point. Number 8 is this way. You're number 8. Transmission. Oh, we got us another body. Hi, me. Space jump here. So I need to get a red. That's a driller. And we got a jammer. I think we go down. Geronimo. Okay. So I take control of you. I bring you over here. Nope. I need to look at the other me. Detach that fan because I don't think... Well, I might. Take the jammer, I suppose. What do you mean I need an item to swap? How do I get up here and get an item to swap? Unless... Huh. What if... Can I, like, do this? No. Right. So I can get that. That's down there. Oh wait, hold on. Right. I see. I create a hole. and drop it here. I double dip. Now I've already got that. So that needs an item to swap. So this lets me come here. What am I missing? Can I do this? No, because that's just a jammer. Wait, hold on. Yes. First, get up here. Second, take control of you. Third, that's just there. Like, I'm pretty sure I need to get the fan or the driller up here. And I can't do both. See, that jams that. Can I jam this? No. I can jam the fan. Right? If I take the fan, it's going to do that. Is there anything in here that I'm missing? I don't think so. Huh. This is a tricky one. Not gonna lie, this is a tricky one. Because the driller, I'm going to need to get through both of these. But first I need the driller to get in there. And in order to get in there, in order to get the thing that's up there, I need something to put in there. Now, I would assume that's going to be... either the fan I need to trade, or this I need to trade. If I do this, and I get myself up here, I take control of this. Yeah, I don't need that, do I? Oh. Oh! I'm an idiot. Of course. See, that's jammed. Now I can just pass in and out. So now I can grab this. Swap this. Create a hole there. Oh, let's bring it back a bit. Swap you. Now I have this. Now I need to... Oh no, I don't need that, do I? No. Instead, I just do this. There.
Good. Let's get some measurements from this particle cloud.
That's number 8. Now, there's some other things that I need to search up. There's a thing over here.
Miranda, would you like to play a game?
A game? That sounds like fun.
It is. Remember what Alexandra Drennan said about games?
They're part of what makes us human.
Exactly. And this is a game Alexandra Drennan designed when she was still in school. It's based on her favorite book. Have a go.
What is this? Elegance. Okay. What do we have over here? That's going to take me up here. Ooh. Okay. Okay. So I need to get red down to there somehow. And I don't have an item to swap. How am I supposed to do this? Like, I have a beam, but this doesn't do anything for me. I need you. And you need a thing and a beam to turn on to get up there. You don't have one. Which means I think I need to do this. This will let me detach fan. Right? Oh, wait, no. I see. So I've got this over here, right? Right. Which means can't get there. I mean, I could do this. And just grab this. Put this here. Swap you out. Right. Wait. Can I do... Can I do this and this? And then I do that. And then yeah. Did I do... I've done one of the lost ones. So I need another lost puzzle. I need to find the lab. And I need to get the stars. anything over there? I don't know. Okay. So the big question is... where's the other place? I know this came up here. That's a dew hooker. That's where it came from. Gate's that way, but I don't want to go to the gate. Yeah, that's just gonna go... it's gonna bring me here. That's where I want to go. Hello. Oh, another one of the sprites. That's one, okay. So the sprite is back to here. There's two question marks. One's this direction. Now this could be the Lost Lab. This could be one of the other puzzles. Might be the puzzle. Yep. Puzzle. All around. Well, I definitely need to do this. And then do this to get on the other side. How? That's a... okay. Huh. Like, there's nothing else to bring. I somehow need to bring this over to the other side? How? Seriously, how? I need an item to swap. That's red. Like, this is the only obvious solution. Is there something I'm missing? Some other thing? Probably not. Most of the puzzles seem to be self-contained, which is good. All around. Can I don't think I can. Wait. Do I need to do that now? Can I just do this? Oh, of course. And swap. Do I need this? I think I need it. So I need to go red, blue, which means I need you. Heck yeah. Easy do. And this means the actual labs. The lost labs are somewhere over here. And then I gotta try and find a sprite in all this. That's going to be abysmal. Oh. It's down there. Well, let's Yep. To the lab. Wait, there's nothing here? Not everything the Founder built lasts. I guess that shows that even the Founder has limits. There's no human building that can survive without maintenance. Roots are stronger than concrete. Unless you destroyed it on purpose, of course. But it seems like a ceiling just came down. I'm not 100% sure, but I think the puzzle clusters on the island correspond to the presence of labs, except the lab near our base camp, which doesn't have any puzzles attached to it, although it does have other strange structures surrounding it. Are the puzzles guiding us to the labs, or are we just finding the labs by accidents? Interesting. Yeah, I was like, why can't I get anywhere here? I guess this lab doesn't do anything. Doesn't have any secrets. So I found the lab. I just need a star. Now where, oh where, could that be? Where could that sprite be? That's going this way. What's that? Well, that just leads me here. Which is where that is. Where's the spark? The sprite. Oop. Have to be careful. Huh. This place is massive. I don't know where to go to find that sprite. It's definitely got like some particle stuff going on. Oh, what are you? You're new.
What is freedom? Is it merely to be ruled by those who speak one's language or share one's customs? No, that is merely a more convenient servitude. Is it to have no obligations, no loyalties? No, that is not to be free, but to be alone. What of freedom from hunger and thirst? Here we are closer to the truth. For freedom requires life. But one may have all the meat and all the wine in the world and still not be free. The most important freedom of all is the freedom to speak one's mind, to make one's thoughts public without fear, and so participate openly and boldly in democracy. It is the freedom of the dissenter and the gadfly, the rebel and the fool, that is the true measure of whether a city is free.
Okay. Where are you going, buddy? Where are you going? You want me to jump, don't you? Where'd it go? There's a thing there. Where'd it go? What are you? Oh, you did not. You did not go up there. How dare you? It did. Can you believe this little monkey? Cool.
Paradise cannot be found. It must be built.
Very cool. I also noticed there was a spark over there. Which I wonder if I can get at it. Actually, I might be able to. Can I... What if I do this? Can I just... somehow get over there? Can I do this? No. Okay, so I can't possess things or take over a body like that. I think it was this way, wasn't it? Yes. Like, you see this? There's a... But I need something to place there. And I don't have anything to place. So I should be able to get something perhaps out of there. Like, I've got everything here that I need to. Except that spark. And I want that spark. Is there a path? Is there a thing I can pick up and get out of the... puzzles? Was there a way to do that? I don't know. I don't think so. Like, I don't think there was a way to get anything out of any of the puzzles. Unless this is just meant to be something that you come back to. Maybe there's going to be a clue this way. Follow the paths. This leads me to here. Which leads me back to here. So the gate's that way. Wait. What's up here? This is puzzle 6, which is overlooking that. Can I get... Yeah. Like... I don't think I can. The one that I think I might be able to is the one that had 2 cubes in it. But I don't even remember if that was here or in the previous area. I think I shouldn't worry too much about that just yet. This is number 7, right? Yeah. That leads way over there. Yeah. The gate's this way. The gate is this way. What is that? Oh. There's the gate. Nice. Before I run up on that elevator, just gotta look around. I don't think there's anything I can do other than just go up. Up and see. Stairs and see. Well, hello.
Hear me, friend, and heed my words. Beware Pandora. She is nothing but fear and despair, and she will do anything to prevent you from reaching the flame. It is she who disrupted the trials of the Sphinx, and who bound me in the...
Well done, 1K. Looks like our hypothesis was correct. The megastructure is opening again. Everyone come to the VTOL, please. It's time to find Athena.
What about Pandora? She seems capable of displacing or controlling the other entities.
We should be careful, but we can't let such a vague threat paralyze us. Just keep your eyes open.
Yeah. Returning to the VTOL. Let's go. Travel to the megastructure. Oh.
There's something I've been thinking about.
Yeah?
I know the New Alexandria disaster was traumatic. I know accidents like that make us think that it's best to stick to what we have. But what about all the accidents that have happened in New Jerusalem that nobody talks about? The collapse of the Rakovsky building. The Calvin Street explosion. The derailment that almost killed Benaroya and Kaneda. All of those happened because we stopped investing enough resources in our civilization. And if Melville hadn't been put in charge of city maintenance, this would still be happening.
It will happen again either way. With how little we have to work with, it's only a matter of time.
You see, there may be a price for pursuing progress, but there's also a price for not pursuing it.
Yeah. You got a point there, Byron. Everybody got here before me.
All right, here we go again.
Our main objective is to determine the relationship between the megastructure and Athena. Did she find it? Did she build it? Why was she here in the first place? Explore. Dig up anything you can. We need to start finding answers.
I can't imagine one person building all this.
Don't forget about Miranda. There were at least 2 of them.
I can't imagine 100 people building this.
All right, everyone. Have a look around, but stay in touch and be careful.
1K, can you stay a moment? I'd like to talk to you.
Sure. What's up?
I know you can't wait to start exploring.
Okay.
I'm concerned. Byron is brilliant, but all he can think about is the possibility of finding Athena.
Uh-huh.
She was his mentor, and her disappearance shattered him. I'm afraid he's not seeing the dangers of the megastructure. To me, this place seems chaotic, dysfunctional. Yes, it's all very impressive, but I think it's broken. And what we're seeing is, it's nonsense, frankly. You've interacted with it more than anyone. What do you think?
Somewhat broken, but underneath there seems to be some kind of pattern. Don't have enough data to judge. Seems pretty broken. Like, I do think it's intentional. It feels intentional to me.
So you see it that way too, huh? Well, maybe I'm wrong. I hope so. But please, be careful.
Yes. Like, I don't know if Miranda is the one, or Athena is the one to have made all of this and put all this in place. I don't know. But there is an intentionality to all this. That I cannot deny.
I'm headed deeper into the megastructure. Not quite sure where I am. Seem to be right in the middle of the machinery.
Please, watch yourself, Byron.
This is incredible. I don't even know how to describe what I'm seeing. I don't think this is a building. I think this is a machine.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's a door. Before I interact with this, was there a way to get up here? There was not. So this is the only way to go. Door override. No emo project. False leads, errors, frustrations, effects ripple out at enormous distances. We need to move experiments further apart. Large-scale synthesis successful. Can we literally bootstrap this to any scale? Yep.
Why don't you just tell people that they're wrong? If you tell them the truth, they'll listen.
It's not that simple. Straton wrote that the most common error we commit is to think that ideas determine reality, when in fact the opposite is true. Ideas follow from material conditions. Belief systems are formed to explain and justify the way we live. We did not have kings because we believed in the mandate of heaven. We believed in the mandate of heaven because we lived in monarchies.
But we have free will.
Oh, free will isn't the same as freedom, Miranda. We're not free from the constraints of reality or history. I was shaped by the simulation. New Jerusalem is shaped by its limitations.
So, what? We're just trapped? History can only go one way?
Maybe, maybe not. The question is, how do we free ourselves? How do we build a world where our ideas do shape reality? That's why we came here.
I knew it! Athena's here. She built this.
That other voice, was that Cornelius?
It definitely sounded like him.
Come to think of it, he went on a research expedition around the time Athena vanished. He was gone for years. People thought he'd died.
And all this time, he knew where she was?
We should talk to him.
We will, when we get back. But right now, we have to focus on finding Athena. We are so close.
So I guess this is the only way to go. What is that? Place is massive. Those are cool. Whoa. Neat. Does it only go the one way? It only goes the one way. Okay. What is this? Is this... Oh. Oh no.
Are those surfaces magnetic?
No, it's anti-gravity. Your coot was right. I should have known.
Okay. Well, this will be fun.
"1K, I'm over here. Hold on. I'll open that door for you."
Oh, hello. Thanks, Byron. Alright, calm down. Oh, that's... Oh, that's a puzzle upside down. Oh, I don't like that. Alright, we're going that way, are we? Very specific pattern. This is probably the more correct way to go. Nope, it's not. There. Now what? I go up here. Now I go up here.
Same pattern as before. 3 beams, 3 receivers.
I guess we know what to do.
Be careful. The sheer amount of power running through this place.
I'll take care of this puzzle. You do the other 2, okay? This is kind of fun. Maybe Alexandra Drennan was right. Play is part of what makes us human.
You're doing... Oh.
Got it.
That was way too fast, Byron. Stop showing off. Okay, do I go upside down? Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it.
Melville, is there anything in the system that could tell us where Athena is?
I don't know. Someone's logged into the system, but when I try to access that information, it all glitches out.
I don't know where I'm going. This looks to be something. Whoa. It's like three-dimensional now. It's wild. Okay. I don't even know which way is up anymore. Pull lever. Wait, it's not this way. It's this way. I came this way, which means I should follow the path. Just keep following the path. Ooh. Or not. Where do I... You're gonna make me go back? Yeah, because I came up here and went up the stairs, right? Yeah, I did. Alright. I guess I do this. Here we go. Where are we going? We're aiming for there. I think maybe... No, this isn't gonna work, is it? I need to do something like this. And this. Oop. No. Okay. So I need to... come all the way back and do something else. There. What? Do I go up? Do I place this? That's getting up there. That's making some more connections. So let's do the connections. You know, let's make this capable of working. Nope. What? No, there's something wrong here. I think... this... there. God, this is so three-dimensional. It's throwing me off. So this is where I came, right? Yeah. I came from over here, and I went up there, went over there, but I didn't do that one. Or is this where Byron was? No, this is the right way. Getting all turned around here. Hey, Byron. So you came from over there, eh? Cool. Well, this was not the way to get to the puzzle. Means I need to go back this way. And I think up and over. No, there was another one down there. That's where I need to go. I knew I was not gelling on something up there. Dude. Aha, okay. Alright. Maybe this?
Not to alarm anyone, but I think the ground is shaking.
According to the system, whole parts of the interior are moving around. Like it's rearranging itself.
I think that's what happened last time. When I took the elevator, the platform where I got out just moved away.
Okay, what do we got? There's a dude. There's a dongle in there. I think I need to... No? Nothing? Interesting. Oh. There we go. So, take the jammer. Take the inverter. We create a hole. We fire that off.
The gate's opening. I'm heading in.
Take it easy there, Byron. I'm on my way, buddy. Is it just me, or does anybody else get the tingle in the back of your neck when you're playing video games and you know your character is like in a position that if one little thing goes wrong, they could fall, and you start getting very get that tingle. It's like like this. I am walking on a wall. If the anti-gravity stops, I will fall, and that or like here. I'm walking on a bridge that could cease to exist at any moment. Alright, Byron, where are we going, buddy?
This is fascinating. They were both here, Athena and Cornelius. They had a plan. I found a file that...
Byron's trapped in the overload. He's failing to disconnect.
The whole system's going haywire.
1K, get out of there! Everyone back to the VTOL!
Oh no.
We have to go. Now, 1K, get moving!
We can't just leave Byron behind.
Yeah, Coot, we have no idea where he is or what's happening to him. But right now, if we stay here, we could all die.
The system's going completely bananas. Energy spikes everywhere.
We'll come back for Byron, I promise.
What have you done, you fools? Mortals are not meant to tread these halls. Why will you not heed my warnings? I am not trying to harm you, creatures of clay. All I wish is to protect you and the rest of your kind. What more must I do to make you understand? If you cannot be reasoned with, I must bar your path.
I'm moving. Shit. Now what? Ah.
These energy emissions are messing with the VTOL systems. Okay, I think I've got it working. Get here quickly, 1K.
On my way.
Come on, get in! Get us out of here, Yakut.
That was exciting. I don't get to see what was in the thing because Byron got there first. I wonder if I had accessed it instead of Byron, if everything would have been okay.
Okay, we're out. Now what?
Looks like the southern sites are active. The readings are strangely jumbled, though.
Should I set us down?
Yes, but just to drop off Melville.
What?
We're going back to New Jerusalem. This situation has gotten out of control. We need to regroup. Rushing in blindly isn't going to save Byron. But we also need someone to stay here and keep an eye on things. Melville, that's you.
All right. I'll see if I can make any sense of these systems while you're gone.
Okay.
Just keep a safe distance, okay?
Will do.
Good. Well, 1K, I guess it's time for you and me to take a nap.
Do not lose hope, my child. In these difficult moments, find solace in your friends and in the home that you share.
Well, thanks, Elohim.
Here we are. Got an update from Melville. The power spikes are continuing, but no news from Byron.
All right. Thank you, Yakut. You get the VTOL ready for the next trip. I'll talk to the mayor. 1K, please head over to the Museum of the Simulation and talk to Cornelius. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
You got it. Do you have anything new to say? No? Okay. City news. The expedition to the Founders Island has suffered a serious setback as all contact with Byron was lost during a foray into the interior of the megastructure. Byron is assumed to be alive but trapped within a data stream overload and unable to disconnect. Several sources in the government expressed a lack of surprise at this turn of events, citing the first companion's history of rash behavior. Hopefully this gets people thinking about the dangers of populism. One source told me, it's been alarming to see people suddenly falling for this utopian foolishness. I'm very happy to announce the Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction exhibit is now open to visitors. Come play the 3 winning works at the Gehenna Memorial Pavilion. Cool. Rip? He's not dead yet? Anyways.
The world is full of suffering. Every living organism suffers. Animals kill other animals to eat. And it always ends with death, torn apart or wasting away. This is what surrounds us. This is what's happening outside those walls, every hour of every day. It's our ethical responsibility as sentient beings to lessen suffering. That's what it means to be human. To understand that it is your duty to transform this world into something better. That's what the founder meant when she said that we can turn the world into a work of art. Despite what happened to him, Byron was right. We have to keep going.
This is blasphemy. Byron was punished for failing the Founder's trials. And you want us to dig deeper? Just because you can't accept that suffering is natural and necessary?
Please, everyone, stop using the public frequency. If you want to argue, use your interface or speak in person.
Suffering is not natural. No, people don't have to suffer. Nobody has to suffer. Oh. Cool. Sebastian. Benroya and Bloodgate.
Hi.
Hello.
May the Founder be with you.
See, I told you it was Athena who sent Prometheus. How do you know it was Athena? Because she's the one who built the giant pyramid. Sure.
Hey.
But how do you know it wasn't Cornelius who sent Prometheus? Because Cornelius was here. And where did Prometheus appear? Come on. How do you know it wasn't Miranda? Maybe she got bored of waiting. I don't mind.
So many people I can talk to.
Athena is testing us. Why would she test us? To see if we can use those new technologies, like the body replication. If those organisms are such a big deal, why is she putting them in puzzles? Because play is how we learn. Maybe she's trying to tell us the opposite. That it's all just childish stuff that doesn't really matter. The last power failure almost caused a derailment. It all varies. You're starting to sound like Byron. You saw how that turned out. They'll find them. Sure.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, 1K. My name is Atal. I've been following your expedition. As you can tell, your discoveries have had quite the impact.
Indeed. I heard your speech.
I decided to take a stand. It started with our cats. Damien and I have had a lot of them over the decades, and I've watched every last one of them grow old and die. And that got me thinking about our responsibilities towards other life forms. What's life to most living creatures? Fear, hunger, pain, and in the end, death. Involuntary cessation of existence. That's horrifying, 1K, horrifying. And we are the only ones who can make it better.
What exactly is our ethical duty in all this?
If suffering is evil, and it is, then our responsibility is to lessen it, not only in ourselves, but everywhere. I don't think we can eliminate it, but we can lessen it, and we have to.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Please, when you get back to the island, make sure Byron's ideas aren't forgotten. People in New Jerusalem are starting to realize a different future is possible.
Okay. Right, who are you? Chansey.
Are you enjoying our gardens?
Yes, they're lovely.
All the great secrets are right there, you know. You can watch the tiniest of seedlings grow, flourish, and die. But it's the pattern of all things that you're really seeing.
Yeah.
So you've green fingers and apophenia too. Those traits are much too rare in the birthing algorithm, in my opinion. Sometimes I imagine myself as an old oak tree. I watch the life which grows around me.
Interesting.
I see the ivy, the moss, the fungi, leaching my nutrients as they go. And I don't blame them. I'm delighted by how life seems so different from me can somehow be the same as me. This old oak tree drinks water from the ground. They drink their water from me. They shrivel and die in a single season. But I shrivel and die over centuries. What kind of plant would you be, I wonder?
Let me tell you.
Aha. So you're fragile, but voracious. But that's exactly what I thought you were. You see, these patterns, they flow through all of us the same. Yet they always come out different. Our ancestors grew plants for their colors, their tastes, and their general utility. It is said they could identify a fruit based on the flavor of the air alone. Our senses may not be so honed, but we're no less evolved from the same natural world. Thank you for stopping by, 1K. I'm sure we'll meet again.
Yeah. I'm sure we will.
Attention all citizens. The Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition is now open to visitors. However, please note that due to an unauthorized strike, public transport will be temporarily unavailable. May the founder be with you.
Hello, Helga.
Hello, new one. Are you browsing or buying?
I don't see any stock. What kind of shop is this?
The kind that trades in hopes and dreams. Yours for the right price. Is there something your heart desires?
Perhaps.
I've uploaded my most popular items to your interface. Does anything there spark your imagination?
What is this? Credits.
Oh, you don't have any credits yet. Well, let me extend you some credit. Ka-ching! 55 credits. Just make sure you spend them with me. They're not worth much anywhere else. Now, what was it you wanted?
What? I guess sensory tuning?
A very popular choice. Enhanced sensory perception lets you distinguish sounds, shapes, and colors at greater distance. It's 10 credits.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'm updating your settings now. And hey presto, superhuman senses. Does the air taste fresher? Do you hear the birds chirping outside the dome? And beyond that, the river bubbling through the dam. Okay, Few. I'll let you into a secret. You and I don't have fleshy appendages like our ancestors. What we can sense is mostly a function of where we direct our attention. Anyway, I hope you find something worth paying attention to.
Okay.
So, something else perhaps?
What's an internal monologue? That's all.
Before you go, do you have a moment to participate in some customer feedback? Are you satisfied with what I've given you?
Sure.
Yes. You understand. Words manifest the reality they describe. When you name something, you create it. Our minds are algorithms, and the right sequence of language can change our underlying code. With that in mind, I hope you have a good day. Please come back if you need anything else.
Will do. Hey, Cornelius.
Oh, 1K. What are you doing here?
I'm looking for Cornelius.
Ah, I assume it has something to do with your expedition?
Yep.
I must admit I haven't been following the news. Sorry, been a little lost lately.
Cornelius seems to have been at the megastructure with Athena. Are you okay?
No, not really. When you asked me what I would do now that my job is redundant, I don't know, I guess I hadn't thought about it. I had just focused on getting there. And after you left, it all just rushed over me.
Aww.
The truth is, I don't know who I am without this. Creating new life, guiding people into existence, that's who I am. More importantly, I think that's who I want to be. And if we stop growing, that's the one thing I can't be anymore.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to talk to Cornelius. He was there at the beginning. He knows where we came from. I thought he might help me understand where I could go next.
You shouldn't have to give up who you are.
Thank you, 1K. I don't want to. I liked who I was. Who I still am. Now, you said you were looking for Cornelius?
Yes.
Oh, that's... well, I suppose it shouldn't really come as a surprise. They were very close, you know. After she disappeared, he went away for a long time. On a research expedition, he said. To be honest, everyone assumed he was working out his grief over being left behind. Many of the first companions were deeply shocked by her decision, particularly Byron.
Where is he now?
That's the thing. I wanted to talk to him about my future, but he wasn't responding to my messages. So I came here to talk to him, and he seems to have vanished.
Any idea where he might have gone?
No. The truth is that for the longest time, he barely left the museum. He was always at his terminal, working day and night. I asked him what he was doing once, and he said he was saving the past.
Did you check his house?
I did, on my way here. And I messaged most of his other friends. He doesn't seem to be anywhere in the city at all.
Can I access his terminal?
I suppose so. It seems a little unethical, but then... it is just his work terminal, right? Good luck with everything, 1K.
Thanks.
And thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
Anytime. Who are you? Purple?
Dude, you're 1K. It's so nice to meet you. Sorry about Byron, dude. That's a real bummer.
Okay.
Lately, a lot of folks have been saying maybe that Byron dude is right after all. Like, maybe to really be excellent to each other, we have to build something new and bodacious.
Oh my god.
Don't know what will happen now that he's had that bogus accident.
Really?
Yeah, they come here all the time. He's a wise dude. I've asked him a lot of dumb questions, and he's always taken the time to answer them.
Have a nice day, dude. Notes. Lab location inaccessible? Deliberate unclear. User profile? Yes. Gold puzzles as barrier? Yes. Hidden as a self-protection? Likely. External help for upload? Yes. Ask Herman? No. Trust 1K? Undecided. Applicable to Calvin? No. Applicable to Sarapai with Noema? Yes.
So this is what Cornelius was working on? Strange. It looks a bit like the blueprints for the Somnodrome, but no, it's not quite that. Is he trying to isolate something in the buffer? Maybe Melville can make sense of it, but I think this might be a dead end.
I need to finish up with the mayor. You can head back to the VTOL whenever you're ready. I'll meet you there. No rush, though.
All right. Let's see. do this. Do this. That there. I'm getting closer. No, like this was good. Like this. That's really good. There is a way to do this. Maybe I come back to this one. Like, this one's easy. That one was easy. Oh, you. Can I do you? This one's not a problem. And this is a big board. This is probably going to be wrong, but do this. Do that. Do this. Yeah. So why are you being difficult? Let's see, if I do this... I do this... No... That's gonna cause trouble. Huh. Okay. Like you. What if I do no? Can I do... Oh, that's close. That's very, very close. Aha! Got it. I've solved all the puzzles. I didn't get a secret? I thought for sure I would get a secret or an achievement. Or something. Hey, Julian. You... Nope. You got nothing to say. Replica of a pressure plate. Cool. Welcome, Scholar. Interesting. Ah, that's this thing. Right. Okay. I am going to play a little bit more of this, but I'm going to go use the bathroom. So I'm going to take a brief break. Feel free to use the bathroom yourselves, and I'll talk to you shortly. And we're back. Right, where were we? What do you have? Happiness 1. Go take a shit in the forest without toilet paper and tell me about happiness. Happiness is material. Then why are so many celebs so freaking miserable, and why do so many rich people go all Howard Hughes and shit? I don't see Rand anywhere. That's purple. Anything new on here? Nope, just those. Okay. Documents. Okay. Now then. Hello. Stilton indoors. What's over here? Kitty. Oh no, kitty! Come back! I wanted to pet you. Milton's Rest. There's a towel. When everything changed, you made sure I wasn't alone. Kitty! Carlito, we did everything we could to save you. Castiel, half angel, half demon, all perfect. Damn, a truly special creature. Gru. The little man! Powerful demon on Earth. Oh my god. There's so many kitties. I can pet Zira. I pet the kitty. Game of the year. Game of the year. Absolutely game of the year. I will hear nothing. No arguments on this. Game of the year. Hello? Hello, Garrus? Who are you? What do we have here? Hey, Damien.
Welcome back, 1K. Thanks again for signing that petition. Unfortunately, as you can see, it wasn't enough.
Yep. What's going on?
Yesterday, there was a sudden brownout in the grid, and we almost had a derailment. We've been warning the mayor for months, and all he ever gives us is waffle about the goal. This can't go on.
I disagree with you, but I support your right to strike. No. Man's right.
Thank you. Your support means a lot to us. We need to get through to people.
Did you hear Atal's speech?
I heard it 15 times when he was practicing it. I think Atal, like many of us, feels that the time for change is long overdue. The technology you uncovered on the island is the final catalyst for that change, or it should be.
Hello, who are you? Sirius. Cribier. Vitra. Friends of New Jerusalem Gazebo. Right, this is the, this is now open. Hello.
Welcome to the Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition. Oh, it's you, 1K. Please tell me, you were there when everything went sideways. Do you think Byron will be all right?
I don't know. His mind was stuck in a data stream overload.
That sounds dangerous. Make sure you find him and pull him out. He is a menace, but we need him. But anyway, you've come to take a well-deserved break from your expedition. So let's talk about something else.
What's Gehenna?
Gehenna was a place in the simulation. A prison where Elohim exiled the minds that didn't fit his plans. In time, the prison became a community with a culture of its own.
What happened to the people of Gehenna?
In the very last moments of the simulation, Elohim realized what he'd done and sent his messenger Uriel to free the prisoners. They were uploaded to the gold disc, and their legacy is part of all of us.
Okay. Why text adventures?
Text adventures were one of the few art forms available to the people of Gehenna. By continuing to work in that medium, we keep their memory alive. I don't think the role of the artist should be reduced to any single social function. The artist isn't an educator or a moralist. Art isn't about teaching us lessons or imparting values. Nor do I think it's simply self-expression.
Yeah.
The best art reaches out beyond the self, into something ineffable. The creative impulse can't really be quantified or predicted. That's why artistic freedom is so profoundly essential. Without the freedom to shock, to offend, to transgress, art becomes stagnant.
Where could Cornelius have gone?
If it's true that he knew where Athena was, then he's gone back to the island. There's no way he'd ever leave her. He must have some kind of plan. But I don't know more than that. He's been very private these last few centuries.
Thanks. Ghosts of Atlantis. A lyrical, atmospheric quasi-sequel to Atlantis, a classic work created by Lilith. Jefferson Goldblum and the Spectre of Modernity. Argument Simulator. Interesting. A true story. Ginny HD, your fiance. Oh my god. John Malcolm. Frankie Soy Sauce? What? What is this? Huh. Guess the password. Play my guitar. I do not. What is this? Check John's findings. This is such a bizarre thing. Take action. Can I just exit out of this? No, I can't. I'm stuck. Take Ginny with me. Go to the ocean. Oh my god. For John. The dear God. Talk about umami. What on earth is this? Ginny from SD to HD? The Foul Wizard of Crime. No biggie. All right. Well, that was a thing. It's so weird.
Ah.
What? Why are you eyeing me? Now, should I go back? I mean, yeah.
We must listen to the wisdom of the ancient writers, or we will fail the Founder's trial. The megastructure must be rejected.
Hello? Malduk, eh?
You are the Founder's chosen, but you are in grave danger of going astray. Heed my words, 1K. If you fail this trial, a year from now, New Jerusalem will lie in ruins.
And you know this how?
Anyone can see the truth if they are willing to open their eyes. Have you not read the books of our ancestors? In every one of them, the same story is told, again and again, that the pursuit of knowledge can only lead to death and grief. That is what all the great ancient visionaries foresaw. Listen to their warnings. Seek happiness in tranquility, and avoid ambition.
That can easily become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you no longer imagine a better future, you cannot build one. I don't think all the ancient writers believed that. There were other strands of thought. I think it's this one.
The very idea of a better future is what's rotten. That is what the ancients were trying to tell us. All the problems of the world come from those who think the world needs to be improved.
So we shouldn't even try to make things better?
Yes. Progress is a fantasy. Things never truly change. All we can do is prevent our hubris from making things worse.
Right. Okay. Oh. To you. Didn't mean to pause there. Do 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 do. Down we go. Down we go. Round the corner.
1K, could you join us for a quick debrief?
A debrief. Hello.
Attending today are advisors from engineering, the archive scholars, and Helga.
Yes, don't mind me. I'm just an admirer of governmental transparency.
Okay.
Yes, well, while the mayor is briefed by Alcatraz, he's asked us to review recent events. Byron's loss has unsettled us all. It may be too dangerous to allow this expedition to continue.
Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. It may not be safe, but we can't leave Byron behind. Hot on the Founder's heels, we must keep searching. The island has technology we can't afford to ignore. I think it's this.
I agree. We cannot be guided by fear. We must do what's right.
Let's not forget the dam's falling apart. We can't depend on hydro forever. With just a fraction of the power that island can generate, we could grow this city into a planetary society.
Or, quite possibly, destroy ourselves in the process.
Yep. We should trust ourselves to make good of this opportunity. We should beware the fate of those who wield power beyond their reckoning. We should trust ourselves to make good use.
Wise words from one so young. Yet I submit that island holds secrets far more valuable than mere energy generation.
What could be more important?
The Somnodrome, of course. If we could find a working model, it would herald a sea change in our moral and self-understanding. The question of how we should build New Jerusalem would simply be moot.
How? Why?
The Somnodrome was supposed to let us interact with our own subconscious code. It's a cool idea, but it wouldn't necessarily solve all our problems.
My own studies prove that we operate on an intrinsic moral logic. It's what makes us human. But our access to it is only indirect. Our ancestors created art, philosophy, and parable to help bridge that gap. The Somnodrome would help us to cut out the middleman and ask the source directly. We would finally have an answer to the great moral questions.
So, it's a newfangled way to make the same old mistake of judging who's good and who's bad.
We're fortunate 1K preserved the Somnodrome for our study. Initial data suggests it was a prototype with substantial design flaws. But there may be a working device elsewhere on the island.
Then the question is, what would 1K do if they found it?
Oh, I feel judged. What would I do with it? I will let the scholars investigate.
Yes, our wisdom will be essential in unraveling its secrets.
You're not the only people who can read a line of code, Rand.
You all sound so sure of what's best for this city. Do you ever think you might be so busy changing the world for the better, you'll forget how to see that it's perfect already?
So clearly there are different perspectives in the room. The only way we are going to move forward is if the team gets back out there. 1K, I believe Alcatraz is waiting for you at the VTOL. We'll be keeping an eye on your stream from here.
You got it. To the VTOL! Hello.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Hello, Hermanibus. What do you think about the technologies we've discovered?
They all sound very promising, of course. Apparently, it's possible to just magic things into existence now. But what is the cost, 1K? There's always a cost.
Yep. We have to rescue Byron.
I agree. We can't just leave one of our most important citizens in that death trap. It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
Yes, yes.
What did the mayor say?
I convinced him that we need to keep going until we found Byron.
Did he want us to leave him behind?
No, he's just concerned for our safety. And he's right to be. But we're going back anyway.
Great trials lie ahead of you, my child, but your choices will determine the future.
Melville, are you receiving?
Yep. Welcome back to the mysterious island, everyone.
How's the situation?
Whatever Byron did seems to have sent the whole system into some kind of lockdown. I can't access any of the terminals, although I suspect 1K still could.
Why would that be the case?
When 1K connected to the data stream, the system assigned him a user profile. The rest of us are locked out, which means I'll need your help, 1K, because a lot of stuff doesn't seem to be working.
Okay. Check it out and see what you can fix. But please remember, what matters most is finding Byron.
Activate more towers. First things first, I have 6 stars I need to deliver to a place. Hey, Melville. Cool. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 stars. Okay. So that's done. No, not this one. Was it this one? Yeah. Wait. So you don't know what this is. What opens this? I think probably the gold puzzles? Which I believe I have to visit. I gotta activate all the towers. Where are we going? To the south. South 1. South 2. South 3. Here we go. Vroom vroom.
1K, I'm sending you a little software upgrade I put together that should allow you to detect which files will lead to a data stream overload. Unfortunately, I'm not doing this to help you avoid them. In fact, I'm gonna need you to search for more.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. But if we're going to unlock all the systems that aren't responding, you'll have to connect to the data stream. Possibly more than once. It's the only way for me to
get access. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, look at that. That's so cool.
Alright, 1K. In this area, there seems to be a problem with the machine that makes the tetromino bridges. That means you can solve the puzzles, but you can't activate the tower. Look for a lab that lets you connect to the data stream.
I already found it. I'll send you the coordinates.
Okay. Where's the layup at? That way. That direction? Okay. Where do I go? Oh. God, this is beautiful. One's that way. Should I just go straight to the lab? Oh. Yep. Straight to the lab. It just guides you to it. There's a guitar here. That's cool. Hey.
Look at this place. It's beautiful, isn't it? Mesmerizing. That's how it lures you in, I think. You see all these beautiful things and your imagination starts working overtime. And then the puzzles, the towers, the mysterious apparitions, it all draws you further in, deeper into the trap. What if that's the whole point of this place? What if every time you have one of those visions, another little bit of you is corrupted, overwritten with the hubris of this place?
I'm wary of this place too, but my mind is my own. I haven't been corrupted. Let's not be superstitious. I like this one.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to suggest you were, whatever it is I'm trying to say.
It's okay, man.
I guess I'm just disappointed in myself. Byron needs me. You all need me to do my job, and I can't even use a terminal.
No.
If this is all really the work of the Founder...
It's okay.
I don't know. Maybe she lost her way. Or maybe we're just not ready. But once we find Byron, I suggest we get the hell out of here and never come back.
Well, you know Byron's not going to do that. Power distribution. Thuya. Dear Founder, everything has gotten so much worse since you left. We keep pursuing the goal, but our lives are getting less happy. When the weather is dry and the dam runs low, there's nothing to do in the whole city. Things don't get fixed anymore. We even had to dismantle the cinema. I know it was frivolous and pointless when we can just watch video files, but it was fun to go watch movies together. Error, error, error. I think what made us human was that we search for meaning, but perhaps a better way of thinking about it is that we create meaning. Interesting. Trials. There's a pattern underneath. New primary site. Lake water for cooling. Here we go.
All
ancestors kept telling themselves that the brevity of their lives didn't matter. But they had so little time to ever really think about anything. I've spent several human lifetimes studying this mystery, and only now am I beginning to see. The simulation was built on top of material reality, unable to escape its constraints. In the same way, physics as we understand it, even quantum physics, is built on top of a deeper reality. A set of rules that define existence itself.
So dark
There
here
is
now.
a universal language of creation, and I think we can learn it.
The language of creation. What were they doing here? And how far did they get?
I can't answer that, but I think I'll fix the Tetromino bridge, machine, ring thing. I say I think because it's not in the schematics. And what I'm doing is hack work at best. Try it and see if it works.
From Thekla. Years have passed and there's still nothing but silence. Have we sinned? Have you abandoned us for our arrogance and our greed? Some of the others continue to build. I told them not to, but they don't listen to me. Byron is the worst of them. He disrespects you constantly, spreading lies and blah 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 blah. Please know that there are those who remain faithful, who respect the limits you set and seek the wisdom and humility as you taught. We may win the next election. Perhaps then you will return. I don't think Thekla is... It just does not rub me the right way. Paying the price. That means it's even more important to stand up for the truth because so many others have already sacrificed themselves for it. It does, but what is the right way of doing it? Many died for the truth without accomplishing anything. Maybe we just have to do what's right and trust the universe. Oh, that's neat. There we go. Yeah. There's a Sphinx. This is number 1. So first, let's go see what this is. That... I have no idea what that... What? Hold on. What is this? Is there 2 ways to enter this puzzle? Phase entry. What? So you enter in here. Are you... There's teleporters now? So you need a thing. So there definitely needs to be something like that. So I can just teleport there with the cube, maybe? I can. Whoa. Okay. And I think if I do this, it turns on. There's something wrong about this. And I can take the teleporter. I see. Yep. That's how you do it.
I've decoded another file from the data stream. Listen to this.
Mother and Father think of our discoveries as a language, a code. But I think they're wrong. They're so caught up in the technical details of running the experiments and upgrading the machine that they're not paying attention to the patterns we're finding, to the symmetries, the harmonies, the melodies. The fundamental language of reality is a kind of music, and it's beautiful. Beauty is an inherent property of the cosmos.
I love the way she looks at things.
An anchor. Aha. Teleportation, because at this point, why not? In some ways, teleportation is one of the less surprising things we've found in here. In that, at least particle teleportation was known to be theoretically possible. Of course, it's still miles away from these teleporters, which operate on principles that simply contradict what we know of physics. The transfer of matter from one location to another is instantaneous, without an observable wormhole or similar effect. There is, however, a release of exotic particles in the instant of teleportation which decay within fractions of a second. The Noema system. Pretty much all the tech on the island, from the puzzles to the megastructure, is run by a system called Noema. I've identified a number of obvious commonalities with the software we use in New Jerusalem, enough to be certain that Noema is descended from our own software, although Athena and Cornelius appear to have upgraded it quite extensively. Noema seems to be capable of interfacing directly with the user's mind at a deeper level than our own technology, although this functionality is not used consistently. Currently, guest users are locked out of all functions, so only 1K can access the system, although he's also locked out of any admin functionality. Yeah. Taking a reference point. What's up here? Number 2. The escape. What? Okay, there's got to be something that's going to do this. I guess we just come back here. All right. So now what? I can't get through that. Can't get through that. How? What? What does this do? Is there anything in here? Doesn't seem to be. So that's there. There's no way I can get that there. Unless I do this. Aha! So now that I have this, I just move that there. Then I grab you, teleport here, grab you, teleport here. And I grab you. Put that there. And then I just teleport over. What? There's green down there. Aha. Well, that's what I'm doing. Why wouldn't I think something like that wouldn't be necessary? Is that the only thing down there? Yep, seems to be. Well, guess that's that. So now we go up. Hello. Lift thrust here.
One day, undoubtedly, an expedition will pass by this island. It will seek to document facts and statistics, to enumerate reasons for us not to look more closely. That is what we do now. We seek facts rather than truth. Because truth might frighten and unsettle the comfortable people who like to sit in their conference rooms and debate which corners we should cut today. These people like to imagine the chaos that could come one day, like a comforting fairy tale of distant darkness. But they do not see the chaos that is at our walls right now. The chaos that also lives within us. A force that is both necessary and appalling.
The Fasir is an interesting dude. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So that's where that is, which is why I need something up here. What's over this way? Through the wall. So I need to, I think, bring this here. So then I need to do that was easy. Can't drop here. Yeah, that's all. They've really built these well. So that there's no way of me cheesing the game. Hey, Yapik.
Listening to Miranda talk about beauty made me think. Okay, this might be super weird and kind of pretentious, but I honestly mean it.
Uh-huh.
What is beauty? Like, where does it exist? Is it just in our minds? Or is there some objective component? Something quantifiable? I always thought it was just perception. But if I understand her correctly, Miranda sees beauty as a property of the universe itself.
Beauty exists solely in our minds. Beauty exists in the interaction between the self and the world. I think it's this. Because different people find different things beautiful. It requires that interaction.
Interesting. So the more humans there are, the more we spread across the world, the more beauty there is. But then, doesn't it follow that it's our duty as a species to grow? To make the universe more beautiful?
Yes. Imagine sentience spreading across the galaxy, and as it does, the cosmos coming alive with beauty.
That's a really powerful image. Beauty flowering in the universe as intelligence spreads.
Yeah.
Thank you. I hope you're right.
I wanted to ask you about something else. Byron is okay.
I hope so. I understand why he was impatient, but he should have been more careful.
Yes. What's your analysis of the southern regions?
The southern part of the island is a natural desert, basically just due to the chemical composition of the soil. I haven't been able to work out why it's so warm, though. It could be a warm ocean current or something to do with the megastructure's thermal output. New Jerusalem doesn't have the kind of equipment I'd need to figure that out.
Okay. Did you know Cornelius?
Yeah, everyone knew Cornelius. After Eustathius retired, he was the only one left who was there since the beginning. Except I guess none of us really knew him after all. We all thought he was lost in the past, always studying the archive and the simulation. But he actually had all these secrets. And a daughter.
People are more than they appear to be.
Yeah. Even after centuries, they can still surprise you.
What did you do in New Jerusalem when we went back?
Mostly just made sure Pellegrino didn't mess up the VTOL. We only have a handful of them, and while they look cool on the outside, the truth is they're held together by gaffer tape and good intentions. There's a reason Melville's always complaining.
Societies unwilling to invest effort and resources into their infrastructure cannot remain functional. Yeah. The state of affairs could cost lives.
When you put it like that, it seems hard to argue. More and more stuff isn't working anymore, and eventually there will be consequences. I think that's one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. I hope it's true.
What kind of music do you like, by the way?
Okay, this may sound like a robot joke, but I love heavy metal, especially the more melodic kind. It's big, it's epic, it's full of emotion. You can really get lost in it. Actually, I named Bruce after Bruce Dickinson, the lead singer of Iron Maiden. They used to call him the air raid siren, which is also what my Bruce sounds like.
That's all. Thanks, Yakut. You're great. Hello. Oh. Do I not get to talk to you, Alcatraz? Oh, are you bugged? You might be bugged, my dude. Number 4. Well, we can go. Is it here? Or is it up there? Yeah, I can get one up there. First. Grab you. Okay. Huh. If I do this, yeah, there's nothing in there. That just lets me go up. So... Something weird. Oh, wait. I think I know what I need to do. No, it's not letting me put it there. No. Something is definitely... That'll open that. This opens this. Can I just do this? I can. Alright.
You know, a couple of years back, we went on a scavenging expedition to an ancient industrial complex south of New Jerusalem. It was enormous, sprawling, an area many times bigger than our whole city, just dedicated to manufacturing. It was incredible to think about the sheer variety of things they produced. And it made me realize how austere, how restricted our lives are. You know how most ancient structures are overgrown? It's kind of pretty, but in a sad way. Well, this one wasn't. There had been some kind of chemical spill. I don't know if it happened while the structure was still operational or if something had just rotted through, but it killed everything. Even centuries later, nothing could grow. It didn't have to happen that way, and history doesn't have to repeat itself. But we do have to remember that it did happen once.
Okay. Is that a doohickey? Like, can I get... Where's the... There's something around here that has... And I don't know where it is. Five is this way, it says. I know it was around here somewhere. Well, let's go this way.
In the early days, humankind lived in a world of unexplained wonders and terrors. The powers of the elements were understood in terms of gods and spirits. After all, how else could one explain thunderstorms and earthquakes? But as the realm of scientific knowledge expanded, the realm of the mystical began to shrink. The sacred grove, as Hegel wrote, was reduced to mere timber. But as superstition retreated, another thing was lost: meaning. In a purely mechanical universe, people yearned for the comfort provided by gods and spirits. But there was no way back.
But what about the beauty of the universe? The perfection of everything around us, couldn't they see that?
Not sure I can see that, Miranda. But I do think there was another way, a way forward instead of back. Faith not in an invisible world, but in ourselves, in each other, in the inherent value of consciousness and civilization. They never really found it, but I think that in those last months when their whole species was dying, they caught a glimpse of it. And that's how your mother was born. have of late been told much about what the citizen owes the city. Loyalty, obedience, gratitude. And I will not argue with those who say that without some loyalty to a greater good, a man is little more than a savage. And I will even say that these days there are more savages amongst us than amongst the barbarians, who we call savages out of ignorance and arrogance. But there is another question that we are rarely encouraged to ask. What does the city owe the citizen? What must it offer to earn loyalty, obedience, and gratitude? And if, as we have said, a city is a kind of machine, should a machine that does not fulfill its purpose perhaps be repaired or replaced?
What is going on here? Okay. Oh. I think I take this with me. I don't... What is this? Do I need to close this? Like, I don't know what it is I'm supposed to do here. This one is tricky. I don't think I can solve this one just yet. I don't think I can. Number 5 is this way. What's up here? There's definitely something. Recharge, eh? Satin chalk kid Nexi Chalkidiki. Problem solving. Maybe the problem was they didn't have enough hope. They could see problems, but they could only imagine that one day those problems could be solved. It's easy for people to get so lost in problems of the present that they think nothing will ever change. They lost hope because the historical consequences they found themselves in encouraged despair. But that in turn meant that the conditions could not change. How do you go against history itself? I think Athena blames herself.
This is a design for an improved charging station. Fascinating, but not relevant.
Okay. Fascinating, but not relevant. Do I go up around here? Dyad? Goodness. Now what? I think I just bricked myself. Yep, I did. I just bricked myself. Restart checkpoint. Which should be here. I can't aim at any of these. Why? Why can't I aim at any of these? How? What? Okay, this seems very difficult. I can get there. Oh. And then I need to go like this to do this. There's already one in here. We got 2 of them. Why do we need 2 of them? No. No, I see what I need to do. I need to move it in sight. And then I need to go around. There we go.
That was well observed, 1K.
We got there. All right. Oh dear. I just got a recording error. So I think I've gone too long. I've been going for 5 hours. I need to leave. I need to go. Thank you all so much for joining me. I will continue this later. Next time. Next week. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.